Hello there. I swear I have no idea what is going on with the music and why it is buffering as much as it is. This is not something I've had happen normally, and I am very confused. Why? Because for the most part, my computer appears to be running well. Except the music. The music is stuttering. Why? Hello, everyone. It is I, Professor Moore, back once again. Yes, I am aware I was unmuted there. That was intentional. I was talking to you guys. I just kind of forgot to actually do the intro. God damn it, and why am I lagging? Why? Like, this is just the most confounding thing. I don't understand. Like, I'm not... OBS, why are you now taking up, like, a fifth of my CPU? Like, I already restarted the stream once because you were doing this shit. And I thought I had my games all set up until I just realized that I didn't get the audio fixed on them, so if I started the stream, the audio would be an absolute nightmare and it would be blaring super loud with way too many copies of the same sound. That's not going to take me too long, of course. What I am more concerned about is why we're at 100 CPU usage. Well, there's that at least for the movie. Can't win them all, but you know, take what you can get. Okay, the music seems to be mellowing out. The music is not stuttering anymore. I also have no idea if turning off these audio channels will make it so it's consuming less CPU on the game. Because unfortunately, I think it's the games are eating more CPU because I'm only allowed to have 4 open on a single instance of the game. So instead of, you know, the slight amount of CPU usage that the set of 4 does, it's eating more purely because I have to have multiple instances open because it caps at 4 windows. Also, turns out not 10.5 that's the issue. Not the location of MGBA that's the issue. 10.5 in general is just fucked. So, I don't know why that is. For now, I will not be using 10.5 for obvious reasons. why I'm lagging. I definitely really need to just get myself a good phone for face tracking. I've intended to for a while, it's just I don't have the extra $100 for a phone that isn't going to be doing phone things. Though I guess I could see if my old phone would work. I don't know that it has the good face tracking on. I might have to try that for tomorrow. Purely because taking the stress of VTube Studio off my computer might help a little bit. Because if VTube Studio is only sending camera data to my PC instead of running natively on my PC, that might help. I might try that. I might experiment with that before I start streaming tomorrow. Okay. Well, let's see if I have this set up right at the very least. And also, that is awesome. Glad you beat the 3rd grand trial. Also, I just realized I had that at intro volume, and so you could probably barely hear me through that. Oh, whoopsies. Okay, controllers out. Oh, right. Nope, that's not right. That is very strange. Why are you two working at a faster frame rate? Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, because I don't think you guys can hear it, but it's messing with the audio because those two are activating slightly faster. Because you should only be able to hear player 1 all the way through, so it shouldn't be an issue. But I can hear all 20 instances. That's very strange. Because you can see it, right? Like, they're activating just that half a second faster than everything else is. Because their inputs are all happening at the same time, but it's just loading slightly faster. Maybe if I set their FPS target ever so slightly lower. No. That's so weird. I mean, I guess I'll just have to live with it. It's not that big of a deal. Also, the counter is now going up at a nice consistent rate. Does mean never again will we have for 2069 or anything like that, but and also means the most we'll typically get is triple of the same digit and not all quadruple. At least we don't seem to be dropping inputs today, if that much, if at all. That's really gonna bug me that those two are faster. Do I dare? Because I could probably fix it if I restarted them. This is true. It does come with the risk of messing things up. It's not likely, but it does come with the risk. Welcome back, Legion. Fuck, I just totally messed that up by a bunch. Was that the number I was at? I think that's the number I was at. And they're still going faster. Okay, I don't know what's causing that. That's weird as all get out, but whatever. See, I think Izuka is actually the name I'm more confident in my pronunciation there. And even then, your name is just very not Western English. At break time. That's totally fair. Nothing wrong with that. Different strokes for different folks on all that. Fair, fair. Hmm. Ad break over. Welcome back, everybody. I mean, I definitely am not the one who came up with that quote. I don't know where exactly I picked up that quote, but I know I did not invent it. I might be eloquent with words and able to write very appealing stories, but being quite that original? Nah, not quite. Nice. Kick his ass. Yeah, that'd do it. That would definitely do it. Yeah, being over-leveled also helps. What the heck? Because unfortunately, my black background that I like to throw behind this is eating a bunch of CPU at the moment, so that's not happening. Fair, fair. Very dedicated. Collecting lots of apricorns. Yeah, you could. Man, why not? Why won't you show up? Because while I concede that loud equal funny for streamer things, I don't like being the recipient of it. But it is still funny for viewership, so I let it be. Yippee! That's quieter than it's supposed to be, I think. At least over the... Oh my. Let's see, I guess for you it's probably fine. It's just for me, because I've got 20 instances of Pokemon blaring in my ear, it's a little difficult to hear sometimes. What's that? I would genuinely enjoy seeing that. Porygon 3 is something I feel like has potential to exist, it just hasn't yet. Possibly. There's definitely stuff you could do for it. It's just, you know, whether or not you decide to put the work into it. Because really, you could just do Porygon 2, but more. Yeah, it sounds like a pretty cool way to do some animation stuff with it. Because that's what I thought the design kind of looked like for Porygon Z, but I couldn't quite remember, honestly. Apologies for not necessarily being as talkative today. I'm frankly a little tired out from streaming as much as I have the last couple of days, but it's ranch week. I want to find more Wynauts for the ranch, so still streaming regardless. Nice, that's awesome. Actually, I have a family member's birthday right around the same time, so small world. Definitely means you're on the clock if you wanted to get all those games finished before ZA. Nice, nice. Sounds like you're definitely chugging along. Ad break time? No ad break time. Yep, that's definitely something to look forward to, honestly, because being locked out of that just kind of sucks. I don't know why the console or the Pro controller's gyroscopic controls don't work, but oh, I was right. Ad break time. I'm still annoyed that those two are just loading faster for no good reason. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Whoops, that was weird. $6,000. Think we're actually at or just about at 3/4 odds. I think 2 more sets of encounters and then we'll be at 3/4 odds. Yep. So that's 3/4 odds. At least I think somewhere around here. I can't do math right now, if I'm being honest. Yippee! I'm more tired than I thought I was. Like, completely honest with you. I thought I was mostly fine, but as I'm sitting here, I'm like, oh, I kind of want to nod off. Yeah, I'm guessing all my working and moving from dealing with the accident is catching up to me today, because I'm just like, I don't have any energy. I'm just sitting here tired as fuck. Hi, baby. How's my precious girl? Yeah. Hi. Yes, Papa does love you. Yeah, aren't you a precious girl? I mean, it could. It's not likely, but it could be a 8-hour stream. In all honesty, probably as soon as a shiny appears is where I'm gonna call it for the time being, at least. Maybe lie down, take a nap for a little bit, and see how I'm doing a bit later tonight, depending on how long it takes me, because... Oh boy. I'm just not awake as I thought I was. Which sucks, because I spent like an hour getting stream set up. Mostly because I was experimenting with how many games I could have open. Because I was looking at having like 50 open all at the same time. Putting them at just the 1 times pixel size. But after about 30, my computer started crapping out on me. And that was before VTube Studio and Streamlabs and Death Counter and everything was running, so I opted for just 20. I think 16 is probably where the sweet spot would be, but I wanted the nice round number of 20. Plus, I also want to see how my old phone works for streaming and to see if that can take off some of the strain of VTube Studio for my computer. No, that's fun. Oh, why do I feel so hungry suddenly? I already had breakfast. Don't you growl at me, stomach. I fed you. Classic pixelated. There's pretty much nothing about pixelated anything Pokemon you can convince me looks better than Pixels do. Menu sprites, heads-up display, menu, overworld, the Pokemon, the moves, all just look better in sprites. You can't convince me otherwise. Plus, I'm someone who for most of my life has loved pixel art. So, you know, it also just has a very soft spot for me for what I like. Okay, like, I was saying pixel art on the whole. Gen 1 falls under hashtag not all sprites. Gen 1 sprites are not included in my statement. At least not most of them are not included in my statement. There are some. Hashtag not all sprites. Aw, Satan did not bless me with the shiny Wynaut. Oh. Bye, cat. I don't know where you went. Okay, top of the hour of recording. Give me a shiny. Dang it, how is that happening? I better not be dropping inputs. Well, yeah, there are some things that are definitely not half bad at the bare minimum in modern stuff. It just entirely depends on what you're comparing to what. Because the statement I made is on the whole. On the whole, sprites are better than everything in modern Pokemon games. You can't change my mind. Obviously, there are some things that does not necessarily account for. Which is the type of stuff that I would want in a 2.5D Pokemon game similar to Octopath Traveler, where it's like, yeah, you can have the beauty of menu sprites, overworld sprites, and whatnot, but you can still have your more modern stuff for, like, menuing and whatnot and be fine. This is true. And my counter argument is the fan community has basically fixed that. Because you look in the fan game community side of things, you've got Gen 3 or Gen 5 sprites for every Pokemon, menu sprites for every Pokemon, and they look just as good as the official ones do, and are just brilliant. Because my love of pixel art does not stay at the official stuff. Come on, why not? And that's fair. It's personal preference. You are allowed to like that if you prefer to like that. That is the nice thing about free will. Now, people are allowed to like what they like. If we were all forced to like the exact same things, then there would be no creativity in the world. And that would be very sad. And at the very least, preference of sprites and menu items is one of those things that I am not going to be like, well, you're allowed to be wrong type of thing. There are some things that I will take that stance, because there are some things that I feel are just objectively worse. Modern menu sprites are not one of those things. Now, you want to talk comparing the Gen 7 games to the Gen 5 games and tell me with a straight face that Gen 7 is superior. Well, there I will tell you you're allowed to be wrong. But, you know, simple things like aesthetics on menus, nah. Enjoy what you like. That's the beauty of it. I mean, in my opinion, modern does not always equal better. Because with Gen 7 to Gen 5 specifically, Pokemon visually have more soul in Gen 5, moves make more sense while limited in the pixel art style and feel more personalized compared to that exact same thing just in 3D where we're being lazy and not giving unique animations for things. The story, while alright in Gen 7, isn't as good as Gen 5 because Gen 5 is just peak storytelling. Pokemon in the regional decks, that I could easily say is a toss-up. That's up to personal preference. I personally think the Black and White and Black and White 2 regional decks is superior to Gen 7's regional decks, but there are some Pokemon in the Gen 7 regional decks that I gotta give it, such as remaking old Pokemon. Regional forms are far superior to just taking the same idea that you had and making a new one. I can definitely give it that. But as a whole package, nah. you couldn't convince me Gen 7 is superior to Gen 5 in any way. And hell, even going on to things like Gen 8 and Gen 9, yeah, I'd be like, well, you know, Alcremie is in Sword and Shield, and that's peak Pokemon design, but its story is not great. So, you know, one right does not fix 100 wrongs. Yep, those poor frozen Pokemon. And Gen 9, while it has the unique mechanic of terrestrialization that is good for competitive and allows more Pokemon to be viable, and introduces a whole new level of strategy to the game that isn't otherwise found, its story is, again, lacking. I can definitely see that. I mean, the cities and the traditional routes honestly don't look half bad. Forced camera angle works for Pokemon even in 3D to some extent if it is done correct. It's just when you have a game that's main marketing is open world areas and able to control the camera how you want, locking you for most of the game into a fixed camera angle feels bad to the general audience. But that doesn't stop them from looking good because they had some of the most polish put onto them and weren't trying to fill a bunch of empty space with just whatever they could in order to have a truly quote-unquote open area. I mean, from the way that they were marketing Sword and Shield with the wild areas, that makes sense. And you can see that more in the DLC areas with the fact that there's no fixed camera angles that aren't inside buildings in the DLC areas. They're just completely, you can have full reign of the camera everywhere in the DLC areas. So to me, it does to some extent feel like we don't have enough time to make them fully movable camera everywhere, so we're just gonna lock it to fixed angle. But it definitely wasn't a late in development decision, it was an early-ish in development decision. Why not? Why won't you shine? Why not shine for me? Actually gotta go grab something really quickly. Not enough that I need to take a break, but I just gotta go grab something real quickly. part of me was hoping that leaving and coming back would end up triggering a shiny. Alas, I am not quite so lucky. You're so lucky, oh so lucky, oh so very, very lucky. Damn. The fuck? I'm not even entirely sure what happened there. Oh god, the clusterfuck of audio. Apple. Oh, hi, cat. Bye, baby. Well, wrong cycle. Man, I love when apples have a satisfying crunch. I mean, just... no idea how well that picked up. That didn't pick up at all. Ad break time. Man, we're coming up on full odds again. Yeah, we're only like 25 encounters to full odds. Woo! Orange limeade packs a punch. Woo!
Heresy.
Heresy. Yeah, I think my headphones are turned down a little bit more than they normally would be because I know that was louder in previous streams. Also, welcome back. Apple. Dang it. That first quarter of the apple had such a nice crunch to its pieces. Now I'm not able to get that same satisfying crunch. That was so weak and wet. Woo! You can do it! Hi again, baby. Ah, dang it. Baby, I know you. You don't want the apple. Yeah, you don't do sweet. So, we think we're gonna go over odds? That would suck to be Gladion in that instance. Well, 6 more encounters and we'll be over. Fair. I don't know that I've actually done much, if any, Mantine surfing at all. Yeah, no, I don't think I have, considering I haven't actually played any of the Ultra games. Because in order to get my Ultra version, Ultra Beasts, I transferred my save from my original Moon to the Ultra games, because I just had such an awful time playing Sun Moon that I did not want to play through it again, but a little different. Okay. Dang it. Top half of these would be under odds. Bottom half would be over. Ish. No, yeah. Womp 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 womp. You get that, mac and cheese. Why am I dropping inputs suddenly? I swear I was not dropping inputs before. Burger King. Nisi, you want to sit on the desk? You want to come sit on the desk, baby? No? Okay. Come on, why not? Be a pal. Be a paleo. I want to add you to be with your siblings in the ranch. happy. Look at him be happy. Now, if only the ones over there would be happy. Ad break time. Ah. Yippee! I'm just having no luck. Yep, emotes finally came through. They're, nothing fantastic, but they're something. Okay. Yee. As I said, they're not, amazing sprite or emotes, but they're something. Lucky 888. No. Maybe it's on Lucky Quadruple 8s, which is the next one in the middle. Nope. Hi. You wanna come over here? You wanna come say hi, baby? Yeah. Hi. How's my precious girl? Yep. Greedy, greedy girl. Nope, please don't. Please don't push buttons, baby. Yep, hi. You make it very easy on my, tracking when you get up in my face like this. Because you're perfectly transparent, so it can see right through you. You and your fluffy butt. Yes, legally distinct. You're a pretty kitty. Yes, you are. Don't give me that look. Just because I'm not petting you actively does not mean I love you any less. It does. Okay, ad break time. I gotta use the restroom, so I'm going to take advantage of this ad break. I'll be right back. Sorry. Did not expect that to take as long as it did. And I keep forgetting to mute my stream when I step away as well. That's lovely. Come on, why not? I do not have the stamina to keep streaming, but I don't want to go 2 days without a shiny. I really don't. I really don't want to have to admit defeat and just not get a shiny for 2 days straight. Potato. Potato. Eggy. God damn, seriously? 9,000? Nine, 3, 6, oh, boom, 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 boom.
Nice. It's like now you're making me sleepy and hungry. I'm jealous.
Why not, please?
What is that?
Yeah, I just feel like that was mostly due to the way that they wanted to, because they started after Gen 2. They started moving away from the main characters being named after colors and having just names. Red kind of skirted under that because Gen 3 was still being a faithful remake and they'd only done it once prior at that point with May and Brendan. But by the time you get to Heart Gold Soul Silver, they had done it for 3 games with May and Brendan and 2 games with Dawn and Lucas. And it would have been weird to introduce the new female player character that wasn't Chris, named after Crystal, and have her be named Lyra and him be named Gold. Because that would feel a little weird for their default names being one a color and one completely not. So it just made sense, and especially since the other rival character plays a part in the story. Well, and see, it comes down to just the way you'd want to do things, because when you are playing a game of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, the unpicked player character is a character in the world. That is not your rival. Meaning they needed to have a simple standard name for both of them, or make both of them named after colors, and naming the new female player character Silver just wouldn't fit as well. Because, well, Silver already exists, so you couldn't name it Silver. Chris already exists for Crystal, so there would be nothing to name Lyra that is based on one of the colors of the game. And because you don't want male characters to have a character named Lyra and female characters to have a character named Gold, you have to standardize the two of them. Silver, on the other hand, is a renameable rival. So in your normal gameplay, you can name them whatever you want. And for the expanded universe, for the default name, they just stuck with Silver because there wasn't a need to have him match. Silver being named a color and Ethan and Lyra being named after normal names makes sense. Because Silver is not tied to the player character in the same way the other two are. And especially since, technically, you could also look at it that Silver is from Kanto, because that's where his father is from. And so Kanto just has a thing that naming kids after colors is perfectly acceptable, but Johto doesn't. It's simple as that, honestly, if you want to get really nitty-gritty into the how, why, and why. But yeah, it's because they had started a trend that they then dropped for a generation of having the non-picked player character be a character in the world. Uh, Purely because of the, um, purely because of the fact that the name would be different between the two regions, and they don't want to have the name be different between the two regions. Blue/green is already a weird enough character that happens with. Having another character use either one of those names would just be like damn near out of the equation. Yeah, no, I get that. Because he's a Generation 1 holdover. But you gotta think about it from a marketing standpoint. If you have merchandise and characters in the anime for certain specials that in America refer to him as blue and in Japan refer to him as green, you wouldn't want people searching Pokemon Blue character because they know that's what he's called in America, while they're in Japan suddenly getting Gary Oak instead of getting Leaf. Because blue and green have to essentially be restricted to Gary Oak for the most part. There's obviously niche exceptions to that, like the Pokemon Adventures manga, and technically, weirdly enough, Let's Go, because they just randomly threw green in there for whatever reason. But it comes down to the fact that both blue and green are already names that belong to other characters. Even if green isn't as prevalent outside of the manga, that name still already belongs to that character, so you can't reuse that character name. And since they weren't making the female player character just be green, they had to give her a new name, and they opted to just go with Leaf. To still be in reference to the game, so she doesn't mismatch with Red, while still being easy enough at a glance to understand why she's named that. And again, holdover from Gen 1 being a faithful remake. Because, yeah, the whole green-blue debacle, like, the more I talk about it and remember this information around it, is already difficult enough because of localization fucking that up. Because red, blue, and green are characters in both English and Japanese, but blue and green are different. And as I said, the manga is a different beast altogether. After all, the manga has characters such as Yellow, who have no counterpart in the games, just whatsoever. And the manga isn't attempting to what it was doing at the time of modernize, because especially when Heart Gold Soul Silver came out, manga still wasn't super prevalent in America. Like, it had its market for sure, but it wasn't the juggernaut in America it is today. So there's lots of factors you gotta keep in mind, because the manga just functions separately from the games and anime. And I mean, the games function different from the anime, because Blue is Gary Oak in the anime. So it's a whole smorgasbord of reasons that it happens and why they made the choices that they did. Damn it, I'm dropping inputs again. And I'm not as familiar with the manga, but does the manga have a Generation 9 player character in it? Because, like, I'm curious if they went with Juliana or if they call them Scarlet and Violet. Well, and there's actually a little bit of an interesting thing that's a bit different there. Scarlet and Violet are not Florian and Juliana. They are different characters that have distinctly different designs. Scarlet is close to Juliana's design, but not the same. And Violet looks nothing like Florian. So those two add fuel to the fire of the weirdness of the Adventures manga because they're not the same player character at all. And I also find fascinating that despite the prevalence of Scarlet being the quote-unquote canon game and things, Violet is the canon one in the manga verse. Also, you are technically correct, but also incorrect. The protags of Sword and Shield are, in fact, named Sword and Shield. It's just their last names. I mean, that makes sense considering it was 20 years or 10 years after the main game at minimum. Like, technically, he should have been older by the time of Oras. But yeah, Henry Sword and Casey Shield are their names in the manga. Also, and again, to add even more fuel to the fire, I don't think the adventure characters' names in Japan are named after the games that they're from necessarily. Because at least looking at Henry Sword, his name in Japan is Suguri Sodo, which isn't what Pokemon Sword is named in Japan. Sodo is not how Pokemon Sword is spelt in Japanese. Yeah, and see, that, I think... I think that comes down to... Again, there's a Wait a second. So, they are named White 2 and Black 2 in Japanese. And if you look at their names with the way they did that, you can kind of see it. Blake was Lactu, and Whitney was Y2. And the games in Japanese are Pocket Monster Blacko 2, Whiteo 2. So they just Blacko, they just removed the O and the B for black, Lactu, Y2. So they are literally named after their games still, for those ones. Which I do find interesting that in America, Green and Leaf are two different characters, but in the Adventures manga they're not. Because Green does just steal Leaf's exact fit. Silver. And Crystal just stole Lyra's fit, except obviously has different hair. Which is wild. At least Leaf and Green both have the same color hair. I believe he is too, yeah. That's right, Emerald's a character as well. Yeah, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, which... Oh. No. What? Oh, okay, no. Barry is Pearl. Barry is Pearl, Diamond is Lucas, Platinum is Dawn. Oh, that's fascinating. I was unaware. So, interestingly enough, despite the fact that Scarlet, what's her name, is in the Adventures manga, Scarlet is not actually a Pokedex holder and therefore not an actual protag of the series. Yeah, it's even funnier when you do look at a couple of the other rivals. Bianca, Wally, and Sharon are all just retain... Okay, Bianca and Sharon retain their game names. Wally... Okay, Wally retains his game name as well. It's just different. It's not Wally in Japanese. Yeah, and I'd probably hazard a guess that Wally, Sharon, and Bianca retain their names because they're non-renameable. That's weird because I'm looking at Bulbapedia on the Paldea Pokedex holder section and it only lists Violet Lang. Yeah, I mentioned them. I've just mentioned that both Scarlet Koito and Violet Lang are not Florian and Juliana. While Scarlet Kyoto is very similar to Juliana, their designs are different, and Violet Lang and Florian look nothing alike. Other than having the kind of default appearance that all Scarlet Violet protags kind of have. But their fit and hair are completely different. But yeah, that's weird because I'm looking in the Pokedex holders section and Scarlet isn't mentioned anywhere. Yeah. Come on, why not? But yeah, there's a lot of reasons that would lead to the separation between the two. And so it really just depends. Yeah, I'm guessing that what you're looking at is the slight difference between main character and Pokédex holder, because there is technically a difference. Because I'm not entirely sure, because I don't, second. Yeah, because, like, this list isn't including former Pokédex holders, such as Sharon, Bianca, and, Wally, who are Pokédex holders, but are not main characters. Because, yeah, I think that that is a difference that isn't being mentioned on that page, because that's just listing characters. Because, yeah, Wally is just thrown down in under other in that list. Same with Sharon and Bianca just being thrown down in other. Because while they may be Pokedex holders, they are not main characters. yeah, just a slight differentiation of terms that, while mostly interchangeable, aren't technically interchangeable. My gods, I was not expecting you to get up to 11,000. Whoops, oh no. Lost 2. And only 2 got injured outside of the 2 that died. Fascinating. But yeah, I feel like the name difference comes down to wanting to have more quote-unquote normal-sounding names for the video game main characters, and by proxy the anime, as opposed to where the manga can keep the tradition of the characters named after their games, even if in universe those names don't really make a lot of sense. Because let's be real, who the fuck named their kid Lac-2 and Y2? Like, from a logical standpoint, how much do you have to hate your child to name them that? And, you know, that's not even mentioning how much you have to hate your child to name them X or Y. Yeah, it's like Lac-2 and Y2 are definitely the weirdest ones because they just have a fucking number in their name. But X and Y are also just Y. And of course, I can only imagine that if the Adventures manga does do ZA stuff, that Urbane and Tawny slash Harmony and fuck, I cannot remember his name. Paxton. If those are in the Adventures manga, they're almost certainly going to be named Z and A. Like, without a doubt in my mind. With Lita and Naveen likely just retaining their names. Which, of course, then would also be fun because you would have Z and AZ. True, but Legends Arceus would have been a lot more difficult to do. Purely because you'd have to introduce time travel as a regular thing. Because, like, honestly, the anime already kind of did the best they could with having Hisui stuff in it. And even that was just a weird one-off special that didn't affect the rest of everything because it was kind of weird. So, a game taking place 200 years in the past, I don't really think you're going to be able to do a lot of stuff with established characters anyways. Especially because then they would have to yank either Platinum or Diamond out of the main timeline and just remove them as a character from the main continuity, which they wouldn't want to do. ZA, I think, has a lot more potential purely because, in a similar vein to Fire Red Leaf Green, Heart Gold Soul Silver, and Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, it gives you a way to have sequel stuff happen for X and Y. And I mean, it looks like in a similar, though, on the other foot, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl did not get manga chapters, despite it being prime time to give Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum their sequel stories. Well, this doesn't feel like it's up to date. Oh no, never mind. Yeah, which is just a problem with Pokemon in general. Because, I mean, Pokemon in general just has too tight of a release schedule that nothing has time to breathe. Because, if you think about it, yeah, the games might be quote-unquote the source material, but you have the anime, you have the manga, you have the trading card game, and you have all other merchandise. From figures, to plushes, to toys, to board games, to salt and pepper shakers. It's like, and not to mention clothing. Like, it is so tightly wound in itself that nothing has time to breathe. That's ultimately part of why Z ended up being canceled back in the day. Because they didn't think it was going to meet expectations for sales numbers for the 20th anniversary, and so they just said, fuck it, rush Sun and Moon so we can get that as an anniversary type of game. With, you know, the regional variants being all Cantonian Pokemon. You know, I was planning to quit like an hour ago when I got the shiny and possibly go do like some shopping or whatnot to try and wake up, but the fucking Wynaut's just not shown up and we're nearly at 12,000. This is by far the longest I've been without a Wynaut in doing these hunts. No, because the other one was in the 12,000. It just technically wouldn't have taken as long because I was only running 10 instances of the game and not 12 or 20. Damn it. I mean, so based on what we've been told from leaks and such, it comes down to when in the year of 2016 they would have been released. Because had Z been a thing, Sun and Moon would have been with the second development unit, whereas Z would have been in the first development unit. And because they wanted Sun and Moon to be as good as they could for the anniversary, they just yoinked everyone from that unit that would have worked on it and put them on Sun and Moon instead, to ensure that Sun and Moon hit a release of that year and at a quality that they were happy with to whatever extent you may deem. Also, we are starting to get some news for the 30th anniversary for the trading card game stuff that I'm kind of excited for. Oh! Aha! I swear I did not even hear the shiny sound. Well, it got out of sync because the shiny animation played, which is the other thing that I've been looking for if I didn't hear the shiny sound, because the shiny animation happening would add another second to it before this menu popped up, which is how you ended up with it being off beat. What? That's really annoying. And you guys cannot hear this, okay? Well, you're just gonna have to go on visuals alone. also 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 11,614. Okay. Okay, so as a refresher, we've done Premier Ball, we've done Master Ball, we've done Luxury Ball, and we've done Timer Ball. We've got Repeat, Poke, Dive, Nest, Ultra, Great, and Net as our other options. What are we thinking? And while we think, I'm actually going to go ahead and pause that. Because this, even if I do keep streaming, is going to require a full reset of everything. Okay, tread very carefully. Not that one. Really? Why can't you hear it? Oh, because... Okay, I see. Okay, what ball we thinking? I do recall hearing that North America had gotten access to it later than usual. There we go. Okay. I closed everything, so I should be safe to open my need in order to actually do this. Okay, let me... That was way too far to rewind, I think. That was too far to fast forward. Okay, where is the moment I actually clocked it as being there? Uh... Come on, let me take a good screenshot. Okay, Types of wine. And another baby for the ranch. Got him in 11614 encounters. Okay, now, so I have no idea if you've said anything, because I kind of had that down. Yep, I am naming these after different types of wine. Okay, let's disable that, because I would like to search by me. In Rag Emporium. Okay, I've already named Pinot, Zinfandel, and Syrah. I do not care about your subscription service. I'm debating because it got later than I would have liked to go shopping or out to get Burger King. Because I have to ask my brother to take me because I don't feel up to driving yet still. I'm gonna take a break to use the restroom at the bare minimum. Uh... Let's see. I believe... Yeah, I only have access to default English alphabet. Oh. There we go. That's what we're going to name it after. Because I was eating apples earlier and was thinking that the next Wynaut would be named after an apple wine. Okay. Prosecco. Prosecco. Right? Where'd it go? Prosecco. Save. Okay, good. Dang it, that was not where I was trying to click. Just making sure that I have the baby safe and sound. Prosecco. There we are. Nope, not the save. The Pokemon. No, don't leave it tonight. You got this. Prosecco. Okay, we're saved, so now, damn it. I don't remember what button is my fast forward button. Also, wow, what am I doing? I don't need to surf back. Mint has fly. Screenshot. Screenshot. And I didn't actually take the correct picture of this one yesterday. Oh, god damn it. That didn't take a picture how I wanted it. Please come back. I need to actually take that picture again. That's the button combination I wanted. Okay. Okay. First and foremost, delete those save files. That, yes. That, yes. Because I realized the way I can save on the inputs that I do and still have them all read the same save file, technically. Okay. What am I doing? Start from the bottom. Oh, I didn't post the Twitter. I can do that from my phone. Oh god, the clusterfuck of audio again. How cursed is that? Oh. Oh, I can hear myself think. Oh. Oh, that's loud. Oh my god, did it? Don't tell me it. Oh, it reset every one of these audio files. I don't know that I care enough to try and fix it. I don't know. How awful does that sound on stream end? And now 4 of them are slower. Yeah, see, and you're only hearing 5 of them. I hear all 20. Okay, methinks... Methinks Discord at least needs to die. Please let me kill Discord. Oh, that seems to have helped. So, what are we thinking for this one? Over odds, under odds? So far, my average has ended up pushing itself to over odds, but... only 3 out of 5 have been over odds, so, you know. Well, yes, but I was wanting you to bet what it would be. Let's see, how do...
I wish I was more familiar with Twitch so I was able to just have this on the fly. Um... Yippee! Lily push the rock. She is small, but push strength big. How long can you do a pull for? Okay, now I want to do... No, I mean, I'm kind of geepy, but I was working on setting that up. I will match you point for point that it will be under odds, simply so if it does end up being over odds, you at least get something out of it and not just your points back. You could. Like, you very easily could. My mod account has 24,000 points in reserve, so... But keep in mind, if it goes under odds, you'll end up losing everything. Also, if I don't end up finding a shiny in the next 24 hours, your points will just be refunded. But also, the moment I go over odds, I will end the prediction in favor for over odds, because then that will be the automatic victor. So yeah, for anyone who is watching, on my mod account, I will match your bet point for point on the opposite that you vote for. If no shiny is found in 24 hours, your points will be refunded. The moment we hit 8,192, the winner will be cast, or if we get a shiny before, then the winner will be cast. Gods, this audio is a clusterfuck. But I don't want to mute it because I want to be able to possibly hear the shiny sound. Then again, not that I caught the shiny sound last time. Eggy. Why eggy? Totally fair. Shit, where'd that bottle go? I could believe it. I don't necessarily know that I do without hard evidence. Unless that is something just straight up from the leaks. Then at which case... Oh, then I will still stand by. That makes sense, because they're a coastal Pokemon, and Hoenn is like all coast. While they definitely work in Sinnoh, I definitely would see them working better in Hoenn. Though, clearly, the developers do not agree with this. Huh. Interesting. Though I guess that does make more sense technically, because while it is all coast, it doesn't exactly have an east coast and a west coast as much. Fuck, where did that bottle go? God damn it. There it is. You know, I said I was going to take a break to use the restroom, and I did not. Okay, ad. When is the next ad gonna run? Oh, okay, that's not as long of a break as I'd like.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so to explain, I am just shiny hunting Wynaut. So when I phase, I am phasing on Wynaut and moving on to the next phase of hunting Wynaut.
Come on, let me back into my desk. Yeah, so, to further explain, not sure if you're familiar with... Oh, God's the noise. Oh, God's the noise. Not sure if you're familiar with, the thing that is in my description, that is what I'm hunting for, of Ranch Week. So, Ranch Week is a biannual event hosted by Sir Toasty Toes, Sir Toasty T over here on Twitch, that is shiny hunting Pokemon in generations 3 or 4 games that you are then able to contribute to his My Pokemon Ranch save file that is full of just shiny Pokemon. One of the things with My Pokemon Ranch is that there are different events that can happen in the ranch depending on if you have a certain amount of certain Pokemon. One of those said events is an event that requires 20 Wynauts. Wynaut is not able to be chain hunted in Generation 4. So most people don't hunt shiny Wynaut. I ended up at the first Ranch Week event, I was hunting for both Wynaut and Dunsparce before I even knew about the events that were needed for the game. And when I got a Wynaut, Sir Toasty Toes made a comment of, now we just need 19 more for the ranch. So, I decided that I was going to, for Ranch Week, just hunt Wynaut. I ended up missing the next 2 Ranch Weeks due to life stuff going on, so I wasn't able to participate in those. But, now that I'm here at the 4th Ranch Week, I am back to shiny hunting Wynaut. That's why he's sitting right here on my shoulder, because that's all I'm going to be hunting for the next, I believe, 3 more days of Ranch Week. Is all that's left, I believe. Because I want to try and get as many Wynaut as possible for the ranch, so that that event can eventually be gotten. So technically, I think phasing isn't the correct term that I would want. It's just the easiest thing to understand in the shiny hunting community, as this many encounters since my last shiny. And so, I have phased twice on Wynaut, because I have just been hunting for Wynaut. And technically, if I'm remembering correctly, because I don't know that I've progressed this save since... No, I haven't progressed this save since the first Ranch Week. Technically, I have a Latias spawned in the world that is roaming and can actually show up here. But I've already encountered it, so it's not shiny. But I believe I can technically encounter Latias here as well. It just won't be shiny, obviously, because I know it's not shiny, because I've encountered it before. Let's see. Will my computer run faster if I minimize VTube Studio? Because I don't like how much delay I have again. I unfortunately know it's a big part, because, like, 40% of my CPU is being eaten by MGBA alone. I mean, that would be hilarious, and I would phase off of it. But unfortunately, I only know that the Latias is still roaming because I encountered it in my first Ranch Week hunts. So I've already seen it on this save file, so I know that it's not shiny. Especially because I might be insane enough to shiny hunt soft resets / runaway encounters. I'm not insane enough to shiny hunt a roamer. That just won't happen. Just straight up. No. Like a great many things, unless I am paid a significant amount to do it, that shit ain't happening. Oh, and I apologize. I have no idea how much Izuka has heard of this because I just noticed that an ad break is running right now. Whoops. Well, we're already at 1/8 odds. Yeah, that would be insane. That's definitely a fun way to start the shiny hunt, so you're not having to find them, encounter them, and then reset if they're not shiny. But that does have the unfortunate side effect that you can't get all 3 shiny at the same time unless you have the luck of the gods. And also, Izuka, so you are aware, the same deal that I have made Zach applies to you and anyone else who stops by the stream for the prediction. I will match you point for point on my mod account, betting against what you voted for that it will happen in that encounter time. So that way you double your points if you're correct, but lose it all if you're wrong. Yeah, I definitely need to see if I can run VTube Studio on my phone, because this is a little taxing. I just realized Steam being open probably isn't helping anything, because that's just running ads in the background. Not enough to resync up that one instance, but... you know what? My computer's gonna yell at me, but until I'm ready to end stream, I can actually close YouTube Music. Yeah, I'm aware you want it for your plugin to be open, but I need the CPU. That made him closer. Yeah, I'm still unfortunately running at 100% CPU. That's a lot of speed. See, that's another thing I could do to speed up my encounters, is put my frame rate target at like 120, 180. But I already feel like I'm pushing the envelope a bit as it is. I don't need to double my encounters once more. Plus, I'm gonna be real, my computer might just implode if that happened. Please don't kill everything? Realize? Okay, that worked. Okay. Yeah, Earth would just cease to be. It'd be the end of the world as we know it. Ugh. Don't they have levitate some of the time? Oh my god. Oh my god, they don't. Huh. Yeah, I'd have swore. Yippee! Pay no attention to the weird bot behind the curtain. Oh. I didn't realize you're only allowed to predict for half an hour. And then it waits for a day. Well, okay. Wait, Gengar doesn't have Levitate anymore? Since when? That is so weird. Because Gengar, or Ghastly and Haunter still have Levitate, but just not Gengar. I don't know why they didn't just add Cursed Body as a second ability. Like, that would just add to the guessing game you have to play. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. I mean, still, Charizard's standing a lot of the time, but he's still a flying type. Skarmory basically always stood on the ground, but he's a flying type. Time spent in the air does not an ability or type make. And? Are you saying that a creature with wings is able to go off the ground at a moment's notice better than a Pokemon that can levitate? Like, I'd think a creature that doesn't have a startup motion to go in the air would be able to switch on the fly faster than that has to flap its wings. Okay, but your argument's invalid, because then Delibird should be able to be hit by ground-type moves. But it's an ice-flying type. Because, like, innate flying, be it with wings or through magic, you'd be able to do at a moment's notice in the Pokemon world regardless of what type it is. Ability or wings or just the ability to float like Gyarados all could be turned on and off at a moment's notice. Because using real-world logic, something that floats with magnetism, for example, would be able to leave the ground faster than something with wings that needs to flap its wings to get its momentum going. Now, like, removing Levitate as an ability from Gigantamax or Mega Gengar? Sure, I get that. They're locked into the ground. But just regular Gengar still is able to float. It just doesn't have the flying type. Just like Electros. But Electros can also walk on the ground. We see that in some of its animations in ZA. Man, I don't want to, but I need to eat something. Also, technically, while the Magnemite line doesn't have Levitate, it can Levitate with Magnet Rise. So that might be why you're thinking of it not being hit by ground-type moves. NVIDIA, I thought I closed you. We're at 1-4 thoughts. Oh god, why is the audio suddenly blaring? Sorry, I just look over and suddenly see that the... Oh, was that? Oh, I see. I apologize. I've just been mindlessly pushing buttons and didn't realize that my up button used for the death counter was slowly increasing the audio on your guys' end. And I at least hope that is the only buzzing that you hear. Because if not, I have no idea where else they came from. Well, that's just great. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that might be from your own headphones. Unless, is it gone now? Great. So, I don't have the foggiest idea where it's coming from, but it's coming from inside one of the MGBA instances you can hear. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I changed input sources for which GBA you're listening to. So, I guess it switched, but I have no idea what was causing it. The world may never know. To trying not to laugh? I... I'm very confused. Did something funny happen? Like, I'm just mindlessly... I'm just mindlessly shiny hunting. I don't have a lot to say. Huh? What? I'm very confused. Not all of them. No, it's a little difficult to keep up with every meme on the internet at any given time. I might be internet pilled, but I'm not quite that internet pilled. Yeah. I'm aware of that. Mostly from intuition, and also because damage calc is a very popular term in the Pokemon community for doing damage calculations, typically with a calculator. Granted, an advanced, very specific calculator, but a calculator nonetheless. I really should add more things to that throne for upgrading my setup. Though I gotta actually figure out what things I need for upgrading my setup, to be completely honest. Since, you know, I mostly have it set up for that Ninjago set Zacnator wants me to have on there for next year. And I'm actually looking at after Christmas, if I don't get it as a gift, looking... Well, actually, I was about to say looking at getting another camera to use as a hand cam so I could do Lego sets and stuff. But I just realized if my old phone works for running VTube Studio, then my current webcam I would be able to just turn into a hand cam with some setup. Hadn't thought of that, actually. I also have to find my old phone. It's here somewhere because I have my old phone set up for my shiny Pokemon Home account. since I don't have enough space in one account, I had to make a second one. No, it should be right here somewhere. It's just probably buried under a bunch of playing cards, because that's been my fascination as of late. Well, fascination's not the right word. Hyperfixation. That's weird. I genuinely thought it was right here on my desk. Oh my gods, how many playing cards do I have? Just right here on my desk. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, for me, it comes down to it's something for me to do with my hands. Just while kind of existing. Okay. That's all my playing cards, but no phone. How the fuck? God damn it. My deck of many things. I don't know how Ravage got knocked down. I have a Soundwave mini I never painted. Forgot about that. But that's still not my phone. Oh gods, why am I... Sorry about that. Did I put it in here? No. Oh, there it is. Dawn Wings Necrozma. Okay, phone, come here. I'm sorry I've abused and forgotten about you. No. Get out from under the laundry hamper. Please. Come here. No, not you, Monopoly token. Messy, messy, messy. Okay, are you alive or dead, phone? Not that it matters right at this very moment, because I'm gonna have to export all of my VTube Studio stuff to my phone if it works. I think its battery's dead. It's not turning on. Oh gods, I'm not getting a pulse! Fight the altered Necrozma. I know. I just see a spelling mistake, so I have to take advantage of the mistake. I know what you meant. Why not? Where are you? Why not? I'm hungry. Man, I want those bacon bites. Oh, are you kidding? The Rosen Transformer is also a speaker? Oh. Gods, first the Lego Soundwave, now a Rosen Soundwave. My gods. Hot damn. He doesn't come with any... Oh, that's unfortunate. He doesn't come with any of his cassettes. Okay, how much would it put me out? I didn't know they were that expensive. Like, I knew they were expensive, but not $1,400 before tax expensive. Oh. The auto-transforming Transformer figures, they have one for Soundwave coming out, and Soundwave is like the Transformer for me. Only behind Blaster, technically. But you know, that's just the Autobot versus Decepticon counterpart. I wasn't aware that they cost nearly $1,500 pre-tax. Like, that just hurt my soul a little bit. Why is Optimus so much cheaper than the rest? Why is he only $700? That makes no sense. Oh, I know. That's what I just said. First the Lego set, now the RoboSen version. I want all of them, but they're expensive. Frankly, the only reason I have the legacy version of Soundwave and Sound Blaster that I don't even have a legacy version of Blaster or Twincast, so that tells you how much I'm able to get them, is because a local comic store that I have got them in, so I was able to trade in some old comics to get them, because otherwise there was no way in hell I was affording the $200 price tag. Then again, there is a Brixton minifig near me that I could always possibly... Then again, I don't want to get rid of any of my Lego sets is the problem. Like, trading in is nice if you're willing to get rid of stuff, which I'm not. And, you know, of course, technically, I just sold my Arceus and Dialga and Palkia G-Max statue card, so I could buy that Soundwave just right now and be fine. But I got into a car accident and need money for a new car and possibly insurance problems. So, you know, things like toys that I was saving up for are just kind of fucked out the window. I think we're past 2/5 odds. We're at 3/8 odds at the very least. Because, yeah, I've only got the... Or, no, sorry, not Legacy. Masterpiece Soundwave and Sound Blaster. I've only got the Legacy Blaster and Twincast. And some third-party cassettes. Along with Rewind, Eject, and Spot in the Legacy scale. But Masterpiece scale is just so much better because the cassettes are at the actual size that mini cassettes were back in the 80s, which is part of why I love Soundwave, Sound Blaster, Blaster, and Twincast so much. I've got the original Blaster, I believe. I don't think it's the reissue, though it might be, and I definitely have the reissue, I believe 30th anniversary Soundwave that stays in cassette form. But there is a Masterpiece scale Blaster that I want so bad. It is amazing, and I love it so much. But my gods, I don't have the, like, $300 to $400 Masterpiece Transformers can go. Even without the license, they're expensive. Because there is a third-party sound wave that I would kind of like to get, despite already having the official Masterpiece sound wave. Just because its colors are a lot nicer. Same scale, rough scale and everything, uses the same size of mini cassettes, but it has a softer white to it instead of the metallic silver, and I think that just looks cleaner. And unfortunately, the blaster that I want is out of production now, so it's damn near impossible to actually get my hands on him. Do I still have him in my list? Yes, Fans Toys 55. Not 58, I said 55. Recorder. Yeah, he was $300 new. I could get him for just shy of 200 on eBay right now. Though, does he come with the mini cassette? That's not less than 200. That's 330 with $80 shipping, Google. Yeah, they did eject, rewind, ram horn, and oh god damn it, I can never remember the lion's name. Steeljaw. Because he has others, but those were the only 4 that showed up in the original movie. Which is weird considering Soundwave at the time had 6 that would show up constantly with Laserbeak, Buzzsaw, Rumble, Frenzy, Ravage, and Ratbat. Albeit, Laserbeak and Buzzsaw were identical, just repaints. Rumble and Frenzy were just repaints. So it was 4 unique to 3 unique, but still. Big Bad Toy Store have him? No. They had him for 200, which was a lot more manageable to get at some point. But yeah, unfortunately, he's just out of stock everywhere, so it's, you know, eBay prices, and eBay is an absolute nightmare. See, the Distortion Space Recording Alliance I don't think is Legacy scale, and that's almost certain Masterpiece scale, and that's almost certainly a knockoff. Yeah, that's Legacy scale. Yep, that's tiny. Those cassettes look ugly as sin. Ugh, and then the 3 other cassettes are 180 on their own. That's probably where Google was pulling that. Yeah, that'd be it. So, you know, to get the full kit from Fans Toys would run you close to $500. $500, assuming they combine shipping. MFT, I'm pretty certain emitter is the same. Like, yeah, that's legacy scale as well. Also legacy scale. Yeah, and just finding even knockoffs is damn near impossible nowadays. That's the 40th anniversary reissue. Which came with Steeljaw for some reason? That's weird. And that's the micro scale ones, which, while cool, I don't really have a need for the micro scale Transformers. Woohoo! You got this! No, I think that one's legacy scale as well. New Age Louie. It's hard to tell, but those cassettes look to be smaller. He has cassettes, right? Yeah. Yeah, those look more like bricks. Magic Square. Stereo Master is also legacy scale. Ah, Deformation Space is Recording Alliance. Was that one? No. I can't tell. I swore the Deformation Space was a Masterpiece scale. But that's not looking Masterpiece scale to me. Though it's very hard to tell what scale something is when you have nothing but itself to go off of. $112. I don't know that Masterpiece is 112. Man, and the Shattered Glass Blaster and Soundwave looks so awesome. The white and blue color scheme just looks phenomenal. Even with Blaster being evil in that one, he's just so awesome. Yeah, I feel like Fans Toys is the only one that has actually done a Masterpiece scale. No, KFC did. That's right. KFC... Oh, what's his name? Transistor. And, you know, his likely knockoff is still sitting around 150. I just have to be careful and make sure that I get one that actually comes with rewind and eject. No tapes on the shattered glass one, which is a problem, because then you're never going to find them. Not KFS, KFC. Oh, that's actually not bad for the shattered glass rewind. Or eject, I don't know which. Yeah, I'd probably be able to get the KFC transistor long before I'm able, and double deck long before I'm able to get my hands on Fans Toys recorder. Oh, that's right. KFC made their own Scorpion cassette tape, which I thought was awesome. I swear KFC made some of the other cassettes as well, but I can't recall. Because that feels weird to make your own cassette instead of making Ram Horn or Steeljaw. But again, I don't really have $200 in liquid that I can spend, so it's not like it matters. Yeah, it looks like KFC isn't even on Amazon, unfortunately. Gods, what I wouldn't do to be able to do reviews of this type of stuff. Yeah, I know. That's all that my brain wants to think of as well, and that's just not... I don't know why the company is called KFC, but it is. Really? Is there not anyone who's done a masterpiece Shattered Glass Soundwave? I have no idea what this is, but those look way too small to be masterpiece. True, but you know, everyone's still gonna call it Kentucky Fried Chicken. Yeah, that's legacy scale as well, which is, you know, not horrible. I just don't collect legacy scale if I can avoid it. Yep. And I mean, it's the exact same thing with Twitter now being X, but most people are going to insist on calling it Twitter still. Acoustic Wave, that's the one that I really want of Soundwave. RPO1 Acoustic Wave. Which looks to be not on Amazon. Probably. Not that I know of, and not that I bother to use, just because it's not worth the hassle just to change an icon. But I mean, if people found a way to turn back on YouTube dislikes, I'm sure there is a way to change it back to the Twitter bird. Yeah, that phone was dead. It's charging now. Come on, why not? Shine, please. I don't believe that's the case, at least for every version of the extension.
Because the biggest thing is, the data is still there. YouTube still keeps track of dislikes and shows it to creators. It's just hidden on the consumer or viewer side of things. I believe it is, to my memory. It's got some glitches here and there. That's definitely, you know, sometimes it will double the number that is shown on it, though not showing 2 as 4, as in showing 2 twice. Because that's a common thing I run into when watching videos that'll catch me off guard if I'm not paying attention. Oh, body, I am aware you're hungry. You don't need to make me nauseous like that, though. Because unfortunately the body is a illogical entity that does not function the way that illogical things should, and it will do things in stupidly weird ways, like saying, I need food, I'm gonna make you throw up until you give me food. Because humans might be complex machines, we're also not perfect machines. I mean, some people aren't ever going to have that sensation purely because their body isn't illogical in that way. That's the joys of illogical things happening in the body, is because it's not going to happen to everybody. Just like not everybody's eyes see strands of light going off of the center mass of any given light source. But mine does. Not everyone needs glasses for certain things. Other people need glasses for different things. Some people need hearing aids. Some people are deaf. Some people are mute. Bodies are complex things that are prone to failure and prone to working in weird and wrong ways. Exactly, yeah, it's... The body is not carbon copied the same all around. There is minute differences and problems with the human body in all of its glory. Okay, top half is half odds, bottom half is over half odds. Womp 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 womp. And actually it was bottom quarter as over half odds, but it doesn't matter, we're over half odds anyways.
Woohoo! Get that moon back. Totally fair. I definitely don't disagree. I'm just not entirely sure how one would... how I would go about doing that. I'd have to see. Well, that's the thing. It's because of the way the thing is, I don't know how to change things entirely since I'm not making it from the ground up. And the code for the Moon Ball as it stands just checks if the Pokemon or any in its family evolve with the Moonstone in the code. So without the Pokemon being able to do that, I would have to figure out how to add an additional clause. Not impossible, I just don't know how to do it. Oh yeah, like, again, I'm sure I could. I would just have to figure out how, is all. Kill the Blissey. Unfortunate, but you'll still get it. You got this. Not that long, especially if you use rare candies. That's really gonna... It's really not going to be that difficult for you to power through it. It's one of the easiest to speed run. Nice, nice. No, you can go away. Oh, you can tell I'm really, really fucking out of it. Five-eighths odds. Man, I hate Twitter on mobile sometimes. Makes it impossible to scroll through stuff. Heresy. Yeah, sorry, this is... I mean, a little bit, but unfortunately, as I mentioned at the top of the stream, there's just way too much going on that I have to turn down my headset a ton. Because, so it's not as loud as it normally would be. Unfortunately. Oh my. I'm sure you will make great use of that. I kind of figured, yeah. That was why I said, I'm sure you'll make great use of that. Uh, yeah, some of the scrapped Gen 4 gender differences, I am very grateful they stayed scrapped. Though there are some that I definitely wish that there was some more. Not all, but some. Yep, it is not very many, which is kind of shocking, but also makes sense as male is kind of the default design most of the time. I don't know them off the top of my head, unfortunately, no. I know there are some, but what they are, I just wouldn't be able to pull out of my ass. almost at 3/4 odds. Oh no, you better kick their ass. Oh. Stomach, I'm aware you want food. I'm kinda hoping to go to odds, but we'll see. Ugh. Man, I really wish that I had more to talk about at this point, but I just really don't feel very good, and I just want a shiny. Nice. Get the Prism Dragon. Nice. Uh, Probably not super high, but, you know, still enough that quick ball, it makes sense. Uh, Yeah, that tracks. I mean, that's why people use quick balls. Because it's good. Uh... 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 Yippee! I mean, that's mostly because Caterpie has... I mean, it has a 255 catch rate, doesn't it? No, yeah. Caterpie has a catch rate of 255. That doesn't mean 100%. That means it has a base catch rate of 43.9%. Because the catch rate is not the only thing that affects if you're able to catch a Pokemon or not. The number out of 255, if I recall correctly, just affects how much of the number 1 that part of the catch rate calculator is, or if it is a fraction of 1, which affects the catch total chance. And of course, I wish I was confident enough that I'd be able to hear the shiny sound, that I could just do this without looking, but I do feel like I have to look at the screen every now and again just to make sure. Nice. Yeah, you're definitely making your way through it.
Nice. Sounds like it's gonna be a good time for you. Nice, nice. Birthdays are always fun when they come up. Yeah, Sturdy is a very strange, must be
at full health and not for the first time. Sturdy doesn't break, so it doesn't only activate on the first time. Ow. Because ideally, as a player fighting the computer, you want it to work like a focus sash where it burns up its use after you've gone from full health to 1 health. Unfortunately, Sturdy doesn't have that clause, so anytime you can get it to full, you can get it to 1. Which is, you know, why fear tactics with Aerons work. Though it's not called fear with Aeron, technically fear is Rattata specifically, but you know what I'm trying to say. No, man, midnight, and we're still about 1,000 away from odds. Yep, I was just making that observation myself, Google. Thank you. Yeah. Only about 900 more encounters. And I'm definitely calling it at odds. I'm not gonna stay until I get a second shiny, unfortunately. I really want to, but unless it happens under odds, it just ain't happening. I don't know how I dropped an input. Because I would really like to get more shinies this time than I did in my first ranch week. Which I got 3 in my first ranch week, so... Ooh, but at least tonight is Chicken Alfredo night. That's what I was just looking up right now, was seeing how long Ranch Week goes for. God damn it. Stop it. December 8th. So yeah. Oh yeah. It's all come together. Most likely, yep. That does seem to be the likely outcome. Nice, nice. Didn't realize I had multiple community members with their birthdays this month. That is weird. I always forget that too. Honestly, I just want it to be ghost type as well. Like, at the end of the day, I just want them both to be ghost ice. Seven, seven. That's good. Glad to hear it was peak for ya. That's awesome. That's fun. Nice. Okay, this next one is 777. Lucky number 7 did not pay off. Nice, nice. You got this. Uh, oh, right, it's How in the sequel. Mm. Yep, we're dialing into the end of stream, that's for sure. Yep, that is entirely possible. 200 more to go. Oh! And there it is, 7,985. I did not expect the shiny to show up, if I am being 100% honest. I had resigned to not having a shiny be here. Okay, actually, you know what? Since we're gonna be ending stream, let's take some of the load off the computer. Pull back the curtain just a little bit, if you don't mind. Not that I've got anything on here that is that surprising, to be honest. Okay. And now that that is done, I can actually open up this and... Oh, I can't, slash prediction. Choose the outcome under odds. Why did my controller suddenly stop working? Well, that's weird. Also, since that is much quieter with just one, we can turn shit back up so I can actually hear. Go to sleep. Now we're gonna punch the punching bag just a little bit. Okay. So, the options on the table this time are... Netball, Great Ball, Ultra Ball, Nest Ball, and Dive Ball. I mean, that was always a possibility. Oh, and Repeat Ball. What are we thinking? Repeat it is. Yeah. I didn't take a screen. No, I gotta do that on stream. Okay. Okay, let's see. And let me open Discord so I can actually remember what I've named the other ones. Because, gods, I cannot remember what wine I have and have not used. Okay. Disable streamer mode, because I need to be able to search for me in Rag Emporium. Okay. So, we have already had Prosecco, Peanut, Zinfandel, and Syrah. Nice, nice. Think we will go with Malbec. That sound good? I think that sounds good. Okay, save. And just because I'm a paranoid bitch and like to make sure that I have the Pokemon safe and sound. Before I leave the island. Oh, there's so many. Wine has a ridiculous amount of them. And Malbec is safe and sound. Okay, and Mint, let's go take a look at him. Screenshot. Screenshot. Can I please get the screenshot? Okay, Twitch, you can pause now. I got the screenshot that I needed from there. I like to provide them with the raw data. Okay. this. I mean, that's still not a bad name. I'll have to think about it, but I'm also not getting to that Wynaut this ranch week. There's no way in hell I get 11 more Wynauts in 3 days. I don't think I've not seen the credits of Ultramoon, so I wouldn't know personally. Okay. Woo! Well, that was a long stream. And that is going to be it for us tonight. I'm gonna try and be back tomorrow. Because I want them. I really, 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 really want to, let's see, YouTube music. So, I want to... Nice, nice! I got confidence in you. You can do it. I want to thank each and every one of you for stopping by tonight, no matter how long, short, or in between it was that you stopped by for. I appreciate each and every one of you. I hope you all have a wonderful day, night, evening, afternoon, morning, or night, depending on what time of day it is for you. Thank you all for stopping by, and I hope you all have a lovely rest of your evening. Goodbye.